Good morning, Royal Family. Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl, Down the Crypto TA, running behind a little bit today, but I'm glad to be here nonetheless. So, I want to address one thing as I went to sleep shortly after I did this, but last night I did a post, and it was about this little area right in here. Now we've completely obliterated whatever my thoughts were in my head. I still feel like there's something a little bit funny going on right in here as I look at the order book and a couple of other things. But there was zero challenge all the way up through here. Now I'm so used to seeing some sellers want to step in here. Um, During any of these pumps, you've had a ton of sellers to step in. You had sellers step in when we made this pump right here. Zero sellers step in as we were getting this chop here. Zero sellers step in as this pump was coming up, like it was showing zero selling pressure from the order book. From my indicator, it was showing that there was some sort of pressure in here. But I mean, deep in the green, of course, which is why I said there's no big concern when it comes to this. But just to be aware that this could be like a swing failure or some sort of a correction that comes in off the back of this push, off the back of this pattern in here. I did see at this point when this candle right here popped up and it started to create this wick on the top side, I did see the large orders step in then. That was the first time that I saw um, the bears actually step in at this point right here. But for some reason they had zero impact against the price action. So we just flagged that a little bit again here, and now we're pushing higher, which great. I am happy about it. Because that puts me up really nicely on my long position. And so again, I'm not seeing the order book display the sellers. I'm not seeing that. And it's just really weird to me. Like it's standing out that you don't see the sellers. Again, like I said, you saw them once this candle came up, which was my fear. Whatever was going to happen here, you were going to see those orders finally come in, and they did, but it had zero impact against the market. Then you can see the sellers come through all through here up until this point here, and they give up. They give up just before price manages to even get close enough to the wick. They give up, and then it's just all buyers again as price continues to push up. So generally, when you have a dominance of one side over the other, market makers tend to want to come back for the liquidity. Now that has not taken place yet. As you can see, we're still going. We're still going. We're still looking beautiful here on the chart. I'm just trying to think if it's going to be wise to even look for a long, um, which is, I mean, given the market sentiment right now, I wouldn't argue that it's not. So we will continue to look at a possible loan position, but there is no giving right now to even want to do that. There really isn't. Now, one thing I was saying is that on the measured move, so on that measured move, we'd be looking at 130,000. Um, it's a nice rounded number. I know I've heard a lot of people call for 120, but I'm just going based off of this. This is all I have to go off of. So I'm not using any um, fib extensions or anything like that. I'm just going based off of this. Now, the way this scale is turning up, man, we may be doing way more than that. We may be doing way more than 130, but we just need to see a good pullback. Actually, let me go on to the monthly time frame because that is where I'm getting this from. And let me do this with this bar. And let me do, let's extend to the right and back over here on the weekly. So the target one is $130,481. So 130,000 is the first target. I really don't need the lower targets because we broke to the upside on the range. Yeah, I really don't need the lower target, so I can just take those off. So we're not stuck looking at those. I need my zero. Uh, 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 uh. And I don't need the midpoint either. So a range breakout, if you're not familiar with that, a range breakout is going to be a 1-to-1. That's it. That's how you determine a range breakout. It's a 1-to-1. Sometimes 2-to-1, very seldomly 3-to-1, but somewhere between a 1-to-1 and a 2-to-1 is what you're gonna get. So if we're doing a 1-to-1, then I would say 130, 481, which lines up pretty perfectly with the top side of the ascending brown and wedge trend line, and then two to one breaks us outside of this broad and wedge formation. And if we're going to do that, then we would just take the measure move of the broadening formation and stretch that out, and then we find that next level, which means that it will be beyond these points. But sometimes you break and then it looks good, and then you reclaim. So we'll see how this goes, but this would be the target again here. Let me just put that on lock. So 130. We'll see how this goes. Nothing too concerning over here. We did talk about this. So we did talk about money flow. And when the color gets into green, um, that's usually leading to a correction. That's usually what that has indicated. Just looking back over it is leading into some sort of a correction. So we have flipped into green. We'll be green coming all the way up to here to get up here to this point here. So that could be our endpoint for just a correction. Just for a correction, and maybe we correct back down into the 60 EMA, since that has the sentiment of coming into the 60 EMA that has changed too, or just say the historical reaction of coming into the 60 EMA that has changed too. So the last two times that we came price action came into the 60 EMA, it bounced away. And when it came back for a second time, because generally it's when you come into it the first time, you bounce away. When you come into it the second time, you go down. But we've bounced away the second time as well. So that's another change of behavior here for Bitcoin on the weekly time frame. So perhaps we come back again to that 60 EMA and we just simply bounce away for a third time, and maybe that becomes our safe haven with all of the adoption, and eventually we just don't touch it anymore. But that is the EMA to use on the higher time frame to kind of help guide on reversals and bounces. Um, so green up into 130, possibly a rejection there, along with the trend line. So that could be some good resistance for the price of Bitcoin. Again, you come into the green, you're going to start to curve out, and then you go into back into blue, and you start to get that correction. You come into green, you start to curve out, and then you get a correction. Same here, a much smaller correction, but coming to the green, you start to get a correction. And let's just take it from the high of this candle here. And let's see to the end point here. So that's just a 20%. I wanted to get more of a zoom in on this, but that's just a 20 right there. It does come back up again and then gives a little bit more as you get this divergence in here. So it diverged twice. So you came into the green here and you started diverging really hard in here, and then you got the bounce and you came down. But aside from that one area right there, green to blue, you do get a pretty big correction um, once you step into the green and then you flip back into the blue. But green is a leading indication that institutional money is pulling out, and that we can expect some sort of a correction to come in. And then, of course, we don't just go off of this alone. We have to have some additional confluence in here. And right now, it looks pretty good in here. I mean, you got to rise out of the bottom here too. So, yeah, I would say we get up here to 130. People have already planted the seed in their head around 120, but we're almost at 120, and I don't see the hiccup just yet here on the high time frame. Aside from us being in the green and seeing this rise right here, I really don't see the hiccup looking at the RSI make its way up here. Let's go back to the daily time frame here and see what we got going on here. This is just the same thing that I have over on the from the monthly time frame. I do believe that this is the same thing. I don't see anything on this chart that makes me want to pause. I don't see any bearish divergence, anything of that nature. RSI looks very clean here. This is compressing, so hopefully we get a cross up here on the blue. That looks nice. I think that we cleared up any issues that I may have seen over here with the, yeah, we're getting there. We're most certainly getting there. Not 100%, but we're definitely getting there. So 200 is above the 100. So we still have a little bit of, but like I said, this can be corrected with a drive up as much as a drive down. It usually would have indicated that price would come down. We didn't get that. We got the breakout. So the squeeze just broke us to the upside here. So nothing over the next few days, if we stay in here, that'll change anyway. EMAs were always looking pretty decent. On this time frame, the EMAs, yeah, were already looking nice. So no issues from the EMA ribbon. I don't even think that there was anything from here, and I did not set it. This band is set to a 1. I probably need to set it to a 1.5, but it's too complicated to use, so I'm just going to take that off. And I'm sure we're between standard deviation 1 and 2 at this point on the daily time frame, and we're very much outside of the band, so no need to touch anything here at all. Like we're Bitcoin is outside of 2, then it's a very strong drive to the upside, very strong. So having to wait for price action to come back into standard deviation 2 would be 115,000. Yeah. So no need to touch that. Yeah, so no need to look for a short position at all. Not on the safe side, not when we have this much strength in the market. There's no reason for it. And we've definitely outdone this 37.90 that I was whining about yesterday. Because that was a thing for me. Like we have to do more than this 37. So how about that? It's big moves, baby, big moves. Big moves. I can take this text off of here. So way to go, Bitcoin. And walk it down a little bit more. Look at the 4 hour, see if there's anything over here. So 4 hour, this was still sitting a little bit flat, and now we've started to get a rise over here on the DTI price. I mean, you don't see any white in here just yet. So no, I mean, it's getting tight, but there's nothing in here yet. Getting a fast signal from the RSI. So maybe we only just put in some bullish divergence. That could be the thing. So maybe we just diverge as we're out. I mean, I can always change the settings on the RSI. I do that when we get in really aggressive markets. A lot of people stick with 14. I think it's a great idea to change for the environment. If the environment is like this, it's a great idea to change your settings to match the environment so you can get the true essence of what the market is doing. It's really hard to do it when it's like this. But getting a fast cross here on the RSI, so we could be getting to a point where it wants to put in that correction. I am starting to see just a small hint of sellers step in, but not much. Like they're letting it ride. Sellers are really letting it ride, and it's been more aggressive buyers than anything. More aggressive buyers. But that pullback is something we're going to need if we're going to look for a new long position. No issues over here in terms of the RSI. RSI very strong RSI over here. It is whipping, which is why we're doing all this stepping to make this move up. We're just stepping. At some point, this is going to give. At some point, this is going to give something. It may not be much because it doesn't tell us how much it's going to be. And when the RSI looks this good, then I wouldn't expect a lot. Just a bit of a pullback, and then we could look for that next position. And liquidity would just be down here at this pivot right here. So we wouldn't expect for the market maker to take out this pivot here. We'd be looking for maybe in here. If we get it, we'll be looking at something like then we can set this directly on here. Pull this in, bring this out of the way. And let's just go for just need to type this in, right? So I can stop doing all that fumbling unless we get there first to the 120 before we get the pullback. This could be the setup right here with the expectation that this pivot low down here is not going to get taken. And this is about the cleanest place to jump into a new long position right now, I would say. So let me see this from a uh, let's see it from the 15-minute chart. This is no longer our all-time high, but it is our previous. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. I don't need that. In fact, I'm not looking for us to come back down here, so let me just take some of this out of my chart now, since we don't really need this anymore. And it's just too much stuff on the chart at this point. This was a range break. I keep my range break. That could be something important later. Turns out that was a good setup to take, even though it read no setup. It turns out it was a good setup, but it was still a no setup. It was a no setup for me. Pressed the wrong thing there. And then I'm going to leave that bit of liquidity in there. Although, as I stated, it has changed a bit. So, Bitcoin may need to. I don't think that this low here is important here. Maybe from a 5-minute perspective, it may be really interested in this here. I'm really interested in this here. So we'll see. The market wants to give it. I like that. So we'll just look for that. I'm not sure if this was Asia, what it was that just kept grinding the price higher. If it's FOMO. But even the limit orders from the buyers at these levels, I mean, starting from in here, starting from in here, like, increased dramatically. Just trying to make sure that this is decently drawn. I don't know if I want to do it like that. I'll do it like this. And then that should give us about every touch there. I probably shouldn't even do this line here, to be honest with you. We need to hold here. Let's just stick with the horizontals. Just horizontal line. And see if price breaks here. That didn't have the best structure for me to want to do that. And I'll turn this off for now. I can see where that is. It's down here. No, let me get off of there. Just wanted to see here. A little bit of bear div in here as well. But again, this all leads to bullish undertone. So we can see the market continues to grind higher. Even though we have the bearish divergence, we also have the bull dips in here as well. And the bull dips are going to win based on the sentiment. So I mean, at some point, the bearish divergence will start to play out. But that's where a lot of confusion comes in when people see when you make aggressive moves and you get bear divs. You have to have some other confluence besides the bearish divergence, because when price starts to correct down, you end up with the bullish divergence as well. So you get absorption from the short, longs just step in. That dip gets absorbed and they continue to grind prices higher. And there are just not enough shorts stepping in right now. There isn't. So we're just waiting for market maker to decide. It's fine. I'm finally going to go take some liquidity from the lows, which again is something that they have not been doing. They have not been taking the liquidity from the lows. So you become one of the safest traders at this point if you just patiently wait for a pullback and get into the market, understanding that market makers are not looking to come down and take liquidity from the lows. It is the safest bet you can make when things get bullish like this. There's no reason for anyone to be getting wrecked. Avoid the shorts and take the longs until market maker finally decides they want to take liquidity from the lows. As long as they're not doing that, every time you get a pullback, you can jump in. Okay. But that looks nice. So what I'm going to do, because there's nothing really to do over here, just wait. I don't think anything aggressive is going to take place. Again, a lot of bulls, a lot of bulls. Let's go ahead and look at some of these altcoins. And we'll put them on a daily time frame. All right, so this was basically my hope to want to get into the position, which didn't happen. We just grinded our way on up here, and now we're breaking. Price is now breaking this level here. So I can drop that. So no entry to be given here on at this point on XRP, just a continuation. Did I put those that far out that I can't see them? Yeah, so that was 260.13. If it only wicks and comes back in, there may be an opportunity then. If it doesn't wick and come back in, then you'd be looking at, this may be looking at 302. So 274, I'm not sure how I did the settings on here, but 274 to 302. So 274 would be your first point that you could probably look for some sort of correction to come in. And if you don't get it there, then you'll be looking up here at 302. So big ups on XRP and everyone who's in it. Like, dang, should have really taken the XRP position. Should have really did it. Didn't. Even though I could see how good this chart was looking, I didn't. So nice move for XRP. Again, 274. You can look to see if we get a reaction at 274 for a correction. If it doesn't come in here, because I mean, there's still time on this. I don't see anything over here that on the daily time frame that's giving me any vibes of correction. But we can drop down here to 1 hour. It's just looking like it wants to continue. But with altcoins, I'm just going to stick to the daily time frame. It just makes sense to not zoom out on them. Solana Solana is showing some reaction here at the 164. Even though I felt like Solana was one of the best looking charts for a while, for the past few days that we come through and we looked at it, Solana seemed like it was one of the better looking charts, but it is getting this reaction right here at the 164.45. If it manages to get through this point right here before getting the correction, or if it corrects and you just be looking for it to hold this price point right here, which it should not. If it really has the strength, if Bitcoin really has the strength, then it shouldn't even come back below this candle. It shouldn't. It just, yeah. So we don't even want to see that. So maybe about 159 is what that reads. Let's do it from this time frame here. And that avoids this little pivot down here as well. So maybe back in here for Solana. Don't want to see too much. Let me see what this looks like from the one, even though I just said I didn't want to zoom out. Oh boy. So that would not be good. I mean, just returning to the golden pocket right now wouldn't be good for Solana. So Solana really needs to be able to continue to grind higher. Otherwise, it'll be a break of structure for Sol. It could be a break of structure for Sol. Change of character, break of structure. Let me just see something here. Or maybe I need to do it from the highs. That doesn't matter. Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, Solana's not looking the best up here at its current position. And then that's starting to look a little bit like a head and shoulder formation here, which I mean, I wouldn't even attempt to put a measure move on here. It just looks like it's a head and shoulder. You change market structure, then you just looking to, you know, you're just looking to come down. So we'll leave Soul as is like this with the intent that it holds this golden pocket and then it goes back up if it fails to hold the low here, which this low is 163.28. Theta. Oh, I sold at 70 cents when we took this. When I looked at this chart, it was off of this little pivot right here, and I didn't plan on holding it for long anyway. But because I wasn't really expecting anything from the altcoins, to be honest with you. So that was but this chart still looks really nice. I think Theta just broke its market structure here on the daily time frame, so be looking for a pullback on Theta and then a continuation. So there's no better time to be getting into it, to be honest with you, than after it made a change of character and then looking for that pullback from Theta and then a continuation. So really nice looking chart. Looking forward to come up here, at least up here. Bitcoin continues to rock and roll. Altcoins continue to rock and roll. And we can be looking for that on Theta. $73. Nice looking RSI. Just need to, yeah. Once it comes up and manages to close above here, then we can forget about the bear div that, could be in play here. May end up seeing one off of this high, and then that'll be the point where we get the correction and then look for the continuation on Theta. All the altcoins are starting to look really nice, and that's a beautiful thing. But I'm not going to start going alt season. I'm not going to do that because the minute Bitcoin gives up the ghost, the altcoins will give it up too, or could potentially give it up too. Injective, and to make my life easier so I don't have to continue to look back, let's put on smart money. Lux Algo so I can see what we're looking like. Yeah, so I don't have to keep looking back. And I still need to look back because I need to look at my own, look for myself. Sorry. So this is a newfound change of character here for Injective. $13.38. We'll see if it gets a reaction at $13.38. If it doesn't get a reaction here at $13.38 for a pullback, then we'd be looking up at 15.10. So Injective basically has been ranging between two levels. You have I'm assuming that I marked it out that way. I may not have, since I don't see the other box. I don't see the other box, so maybe I just pegged this as some sort of return level for. I think that's what I did, and funny, it lines up with almost with Lux Algo. Um, if it gets to this point and you get zero reaction from it, which is 1338, then I would just be looking for price to come on up here into the zone here. So 1510 to 1685. Now, normally I would just use the weekly range to be like, it's either going to be 1510 or it's going to be 1874. But it's some pretty strong resistance in here for injective, and it just needs to conquer that. So you can look at all three lines. You can look at the 1510, then you can look at 1685, and then look at 1874. So those would be the 3 points um, of interest for injective if it gets past this level here. So the blue signal line is not as close as I would like for it to be, but nonetheless, the RSI does look pretty decent here. Do want to see that a little bit closer. The same way it looked on XRP, I'd like to see it look here on injective. It just gives me confidence that it's going across above and it's not going to be continue to be consolidation. OP already reacting strongly to this little correction we're seeing here on Bitcoin. But nonetheless, looks pretty good so far. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. I like that. So I love the RSI on optimism. That's nice. It's good to see optimism, moving out of this funk that it's been in. Because I know a lot of people have been asking about OP. A lot of faith has still been in OP. And it just seemed like it was dead and done. So I'm really happy to see it. Really happy. Really happy to see it finally moving a little bit here again. So 77.34. And hopefully we don't do this again because that was very disappointing. I'm just going to charter this out. And then we could always draw a fib off of this candlestick right here up to the high if it looks like it's going to be a larger correction. Right now, daily time frame looks good. I wouldn't be expecting for the daily to turn back right now. Well, I'll just plot that there, and I may have to come back and adjust it later. Oh, look at that candle. At that wick. But the thing about it is price has to break that, has to claim that low. If it claims the high, it invalidates it. If it claims the low, it validates it, Right now, it's not claiming the low off of that wick, so it just stands as a wick right now. Do have a bit of a squeeze here on the 4-hour time frame. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see the one. And the 1-hour RSI looks like we will get this correction here on optimism, which the trade for optimism is looking a lot juicier, a lot juicier. Up 56% now on the OP long position, up 214% now on the H bar position that we took. Yes, our beginner friendly challenge. How about that? We're doing good. We're doing good. And we're still 3 down, which is why I want to see a correction so we can get those 3 other altcoins we need to add. And if I had my pick, it would be XRP, SUI, and SAY. At this point, those 3 would be my go-tos. All right. Or Theta. Or Theta. Since Theta is just getting started, it may be a much better pick over SAY. But that's OP. Possible correction back down here to the golden pocket. Possible. I mean, it looked a little funky over here too. But this is really about the higher time frames at this point. So, I mean, everything else looks nice. It really looks nice. It may not even have to. Yeah, I drew that off of the candle. Maybe you can come in and draw it off of here. I'm going to leave it as is. But has to claim that low first. That candle hasn't happened yet. Look at H bar. Look at Hedera. I dare ya. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. That's VWAP. Getting close to the target I was looking for anyway, but that is VWAP there at about 22 cents. RSI looks absolutely stunning. Let me see. I don't need this over here on this. Yeah, I really don't need the Bollinger for the daily time frame and stuff. I use it for the lower time frames. It's not necessary for the higher time frames. But look back at Bitcoin. XRP continuing to rip there. Sorry, I'm just looking at my other screen for the lower time frame. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything as I'm running my mouth. And everything still looks fine. All right, so H bar looks fine. You know, just a case of VWAP. That would be it. Just a case of VWAP here. So you got VWAP, and you also have an interaction with the resistance here on the RSI. coming into play here on H bar. Now, I had the target set for I believe it was 24 cents. Is a take profit for me for H bar. In fact, I need to actually check that to make sure. Yeah, no, it's 25 cents is to take profit for H bar. And for optimism, when we did it, it must be this. Yeah. So it's this, and this is our beginner friendly leverage position to take. So you already doubled, you know, doubled this little $20 here. And if you add it, if you were somebody who took it and you put way more capital into it, then you're way up. But just taking $100 and throwing it on 5 different altcoins, low capital, and yeah, so 25 is to take profit set for H bar, but again, it is coming into some local resistance here. All right, so that might be a little bit of a bugaboo there, and then the actual resistance point, a weekly range resistance point is 22,956. But my bet on the 25 is just taking the leverage across the top, to be honest. So it's about taking the leverage across the top. The liquidity, I mean, from across the top of this pivot here. So the expectation is that price goes beyond this pivot point here. Completely blasted through whatever I thought resistance would be there. And the RSI continues to look nice here on the daily time frame. It is that weekly time frame. Just have to be a little bit cautious of. And for optimism, that same little chart is on the OP chart. I didn't see it at the time when I clicked on it, to be clear. And so that take profit was set for $1.26. And then when we were looking at Undo, the take profit was set for 95 cents. Which, if we'd have taken it, we'd be close to getting there. And the entry would have been 77 for Undo. Let's see. Sui. RSI looks nice. Sui has to go way higher. I was looking at this, and it really just has to push a lot higher to clear up some imbalances from the moving averages that I noticed that I'm not a fan of. I'm gonna drop this. I don't know what that is. But into the golden pocket for SUI, we had this level here that we were looking at. It did reject off of here. So this could end up being a bounce zone. If I set out a level and it doesn't hold as some sort of resistance, then it can come back and be a support zone instead. But it's what I happen to see on the chart at the time. So 308 to 330. 330 didn't act as any sort of a retracement area. Golden pocket. We'll see how things go here inside the golden pocket 786, and then I will look for if it gets up here to the 786, then I would probably only look for 350. I will look for price to come back and hold the 350. If it doesn't get all the way up here, and let's just say it turns around like somewhere super close to this line, then I would look for 330 to hold that support. And then you want to see a continuation off of SUI. I did look back at this last night. The only thing I can say that I did not like from these moving averages here is, you know, just the imbalance here on the moving averages here. So the 200 is right here. So this is the 200 and 100, and then 50 is still down here. So this is still a mess for me. I don't like that. EMAs are fine, I'm pretty sure. So. EMAs are so on SUI. So I can't get too bullish off of SUI right now. But I like the way it dropped down here and reclaim the signal line real quick here for the move up. That's nice. It's not bad, but I don't like the daily at all. AVAX broke the little fallen channel that it was in, double bottom. That's nice. AVAX. AVAX is still a little bearish here on the weekly time frame. So Bitcoin really hasn't gone anywhere just yet. I'm watching it. I mean, I can see it here from the 1 hour, but I'm watching it on the 15-minute on my other screen. And price hasn't even taken out this little candle here yet, so it's fine. Still looks a little bearish on the weekly again for AVAX, but the daily time frame looks decent. It just broke. It just got a change of character here after changing structure a bit here on the daily time frame. So we'll be looking for a pullback and then a continuation here on AVAX, and look for AVAX to take this high here and come up to about 27 to, and put any numbers on this, 27.29. So yeah, we can just call this entire thing here a zone. Jeez. So just a lot of challenges getting through here. I think one of the things with AVAX too is like AVAX. I'm not gonna say their whole model right now is around gaming, and gaming hasn't been doing well. I actually need to look at some gaming coins, but I think that may be a hindrance in the price action. And once gaming gets back to really booming, then AVAX prices start to rally too. The same could go for Solana in the meme coin space. When the RSI is like this and it stays in bullish control territory, you're not going to get much. You're not going to get much of a correction. So this won't be as impactful, and you can see like the just green, like dark green like this, and you barely see any gray. Yeah, you're not going to get much of a correction. This was really small, even with the squeeze, very small. Not really, not really losing any. Not even losing, not losing the bullish control zone here on the RSI whatsoever. Yeah, price action is nowhere near anything in here. A little bit of bear div here, but again, when you're this strong, you're going to get bullish divergence underneath. So I'm telling you, these when this 4 hour decides to give up some, that's when we'll start looking for the bigger correction. Um, and when I say bigger, I'm just saying in comparison to what price action has been getting, and then a entry for a long. But right now, the 4 hour isn't even responding. 82 on the RSI. So really, there are no entries right now. Altcoins look pretty fine. I mean, it's about the 4 hour at this point. So the 4 hour has to waiting for the 4 hour to show some sort of correction come in on the market. Aside from that, there's just really, I mean, everything is looking fantastic. Never got that pullback. We're saying that if we got a pullback here on ICP, then that would be a good entry. And I think that that was based on, I don't even know what I based it on, to be honest. Okay, so that would have been back here around the golden pocket. That didn't happen, so it just, got some high hopes for RCP, I see. Take a look at Ethereum. I still don't like Ethereum's RSI. I've seen this song and dance too many times, but it's looking like it may accelerate here soon. It looks like it could actually accelerate here soon. I just want to see the blue line actually finally cross above so we can stop consolidating, because as long as the blue line remains below the yellow, it just continues to be a range. Sure, coming back up here, everybody's going to be hyped. I get it, but it's still just a range. All right, so coming into the golden pocket. Hold on, is this the one that I'm using? Yeah, so I am using this. So coming into the golden pocket as we speak. This really was all I was looking for it to do, was to come into the golden pocket. If it decides to do more, it has a strong chance. If it gets past its golden pocket, it has a very strong chance of getting here to 3,500, as there is this small little level in here, but it's nothing major, which is why I dashed it out. It's nothing major, so it should be an easy move for Ethereum to get there. But I still just don't like the I don't like the RSI, but it doesn't stop price from moving up. It's just you know, something that I don't like to trade. Tapping into the 200 right now as well here. So if it does more than that, it's a bit messy. It would be extremely messy. So it's just a lot I don't like about the Ethereum chart right now. Nothing that says Ethereum will break the range, and that is, yeah, nothing that implies that at the moment. And that's the kind of move I want to be in on Ethereum. But coming into the golden pocket now, again, if it can easily get through the golden pocket, then it will come up here to the 786. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Let's see, I may have had some notes here on the scale. All right. So just coming into the top side of the scale as well, still beneath the this white line here. Do want to see it get above and deviate. So yeah, golden pocket, and then if it can deviate away from this white line, which gives it this bullish undertone, then that'd be great for Ethereum to easily do some of these markers that people have set out for it, but it has to get above it and deviate too. So you have that. You have the 200 moving average here on the weekly time frame, which can also act as resistance, and along with the golden pocket, not really feeling the RSI, even though it is making a move above the yellow signal line. That is nice. That is nice. It's just still consolidation until this changes. So I don't like that. Take a look at the daily. Almost the same situation. Almost the same situation. EMA ribbons look fine. This could change, so I'm not opposed to this daily time frame. It's just the weekly time frame for me. I don't like. This could look better, but it is what it is. Uh, Daily looks good on Undo. Get through that cloud. That'll be great. I'm gonna run straight into bearish divergence on the weekly time frame. Do I have a note over here? Okay, so coming into weekly resistance there, 95.03. I would like to see this drop a little bit more for the daily time frame. So I remain not being too bullish on Undo just yet, but things are shaping up for Undo, but I will remain a little skeptical on Undo price action at the moment, even though it is finally starting to move. It's 2 day. And daily time frame remains a little nice on cost. Probably still have an imbalance on the moving averages. Since I marked it out here, I'm pretty sure it does still have like the imbalances on the other moving average ribbon. So nothing's changed from yesterday. This would still be the target for me. Let's start here with the low because this will start to put in some bear divs across the top here. RSI is not as strong here on the daily time frame as I've seen it on some other charts. So, and that could be because of the imbalance on the ribbons. Made it beyond this daily level here. Yeah. A much nicer looking RSI here on the 4 hour time frame, but it will start to get a correction and it'll look like cost is not really performing as well. So from the daily time frame up, cost still has a lot of work to put in. I'm probably going to stop here with virtuals because I don't see any of the notes for virtual. Virtual didn't have many. Um, did finally conquer that 164.83. RSI looks nice. It's just an hour left on this, so while I'm drawing out these lines, I may have to come back and redraw these again. Just looking for a 1 hour candle break below on the 4 hours. So that's basically what I'm doing. In case you need to know that, just looking for a candle to close or to close below one of these candles here on the 4 hour time frame, or go below one of these candles here on the 4 hour time frame. So if we just focus on that alone, this look like a double bottom right here, but higher, 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 lower than this one right here. So we'll be looking for that for the pivot on the 4 hour time frame. So a break below one of these candles here, and then a reclaim back up above that. Basically, if you're not zooming out to, so it would have been like this, break, and then a reclaim back up, and then a rally up. Because the 4 hour is the time frame that needs to give us a change in order to see where we would take an entry at, and we're not getting that right now. A little bit of a bear div here, which would have to be invalidated. So meaning that price would need to come up and close above the $2.32 to invalidate the bear div here on the daily time frame for virtuals. So it's still not one of the better coins right now in the moment. In the moment, because virtuals is a really good it's really good to hold virtual in your portfolio right now, but it's not performing as well as, let's say, something like an XRP. Which is just going to blast through all of these points. It looks like. Jeez. All right, let me look back at Bitcoin on the lower time frame here with you. See what point that is that I'm looking at. And back test and rejection there off of the bear div here on the 15-minute time frame. Which is just going to put in some more bullish divvy. So just looking for it to hold here. If it holds here, then hip hip hooray. This could really tell us if market makers are prepared to start taking some liquidity from these long positions, since again there are a lot of longs. A lot of longs. It's a huge imbalance right now with a lot of longs. I mean, but we spent months with bears being in control, so I don't mind. Swings were starting to get shorter here too. Just looking at that. So these little swings right here. So this high to this high, much shorter. And this high to this high. So we're getting shorter in how far Bitcoin's price action is able to move from here to here. That was a nice move. From here to here, that was a nice move. And now we're starting to pivot a lot more here. The expansion is decreasing. Expansion is decreasing. Let me see. Squeeze. First time we're really moving into getting closer to neutral zone here on the RSI. It's the first change. I mean, it's still a minute and 36 seconds left on this, but yeah, when you look at it, it just remained in the green, remained in the green, remained in the green, remained in the green. Had a brief period here. You can see it here too, just a very, very brief period here. And yeah, just a little bit of exhaustion. Again, yeah, it's like 43, 38, which is a huge cry from doing this. Like, big difference. And I don't think we have any data this morning either. So Interesting. So the cloud cover here on the 2 hour time frame. Yeah, it looks like we definitely get a little bit of a correction off of this high. Just gotta just waiting. Show 8 hour and down. 8 hour time frame and down are giving the indication that we correct off of this high. Okay, finally breaking a candle here. And then the liquidity is here. Which means they would choose to spare the liquidity here. So wouldn't look for this liquidity to get taken, but look for this liquidity to be taken though. See if we get it. Let's see if we get it. Let me see if that makes sense. Mm. Looks fine to me. Let me just see if this is that pivot. Yeah, it is. Okay. That would make this look like a terrible ass. Forgive me. Forgive me. That would make this look like a terrible candle if this entire thing was red. It would look like a terrible candle. Hmm. And if I saw something like that here on this 8 hour time frame alone, I would not want to. I would not be so interested in taking a long position because that would look. It would look really shady. But it's a ton of time for that to change, and you never notice that it happened. And so this top side must be that. Okay. So that's what we have the momentum. line at there. Okay. And the weirdest thing is it's not showing that there's shorts in here right now. What's the weird thing? All right, so we're at the 50% retracement right now. Got a little bit of expansion on the Bollinger Band here to the downside. Small expansion. Not much. So we just decided to pause a little bit. Interesting. We're not taking that momentum on. If we could take this momentum line, then at least we would invalidate the bullish divergence that's coming off of this little pivot right here. But yeah, we're slowing down dramatically here. Just patience. Just patience. As you can see here, just a lot of limit long orders. That's it. A lot of limit long orders. Like we're coming down and we just have a lot of limit long orders. Mhm. Let me just look at this real quick. See something here. That looks really good. 1 hour time frame. So this is only going to happen with the assistance of our 4-hour time frame. Otherwise, we're here, which I would have zero interest here. I'm just going to turn the candle color off so I can focus on this. Just have to stay patient for the next 30 minutes to see if we're going to get anything or if this is just going to be, it's not going to violate this momentum line here, and just continue doing whatever it's doing. I'm just going to mark out what I'm looking at here. So So I'm looking at a 4H here. Just wanted to be sure. And that. Put that back. Let me just focus on this for a minute. Still just waiting. Let me see. Did I? It's so silent on here. Let me turn a little bit of music on. All right, so far, as I patiently wait here, we are continuing to respect the momentum line here. No no validity, well, not able to invalidate the bullish divergence down below just yet. A few more minutes left here on this 4 hour time frame. So no expansion here on this tab just said it. I'm gonna stop talking about it because all we can do is be patient and see they're gonna bounce, like I said, just bounce up and away from this level here, or 4 hour candle comes in and then we break below this one. with all this indecision here at these highs on the 4-hour time frame. Wick, wick, wick. It's not something that you're just seeing everywhere. So there's some validity in here. Still just a ton of long orders sitting there. That's it. All right, less than 10 minutes now on this 4-hour candle close. Oh, I mean, we already had got the fast signal off of this pivot right here on the RSI. And the last time we got the fast signal was back here. And let's just look back a little bit here. We got the fast signal in here. Got the fast signal in here. Got the fast signal twice in here. We'll go back to that 4-hour as the clock starts to tick down. We get to 8 o'clock. I don't need both of these. So let me see. Since this time frame over here is showing like zero uh, responsiveness, I think that goes pretty well with that. Let me put this back on the 4. I guess I did still need this for what? I'm just being difficult right now, I suppose. And so far, it's still just the RSI. So I'm gonna move. No, I'm not gonna move it. I was gonna move it to the high of this candle right here, but obviously the structure is, we're coming up on the lower time frame, but excuse me. You still have to remain patient because this is just not a point for me to want to add anything or open up a new long position. So market maker still not taking liquidity from the lows. Not yet. All right, so we know what we need to see on the 4 hour time frame. Just break it back down to these two time frames here. Yeah. So It's a nice second momentum reclaim here on the 5 minute time frame. That one first, and then that one. And validate the bear dip above this high here. This just wasn't some place for me to want to add along. It would have been something like this. This is just not. That just wasn't for me. Just wasn't for me. No, that just wasn't for me to want to add. So, all right, still waiting on that 4 hour. Fortunately, back to the 15 minute here. I still have time to look forward to reject, not claim this high. But if it does, then I guess it just goes for that 120 from here. We can now look to see if we could get a break below this momentum line to see if there was really some strength from the bulls coming in here. What happened in here? I mean, this would just simply be taking the liquidity from the people who jumped in off of this doji. So, not financial advice. Even if this does move up, I would say wait for the 4 hour time frame. Honestly, wait for the 4 hour time frame so you're not getting chopped up. You know, you start feeling overly bullish on it, and then you don't take profit, and it just comes back against you. And then instead of you making money, you take a loss. It's just all about that patience. I mean, again, fast signal here doesn't mean it has to actually come down, but I mean, from that 8 hour time frame down, it just looks like it wants to give something down. I mean, look at this wick here on the 4 hour time frame. You look how toppy we are here. We look at how high we're managing to move here on the 4 hour. It's going to end up giving something. Even if it doesn't do it from here, we're close to a point where it wants to give something. I would just wait on that.
This a way of life. Look at my ledger, it's stressing. All in the red, but I'm blessed, man. Stacking my egg with no question. Staking and yielding, no resting. Market be dipping like salsa. Still holding soul in some altar. Bought that Doge in pajamas. Now I'm the meme in the saga. Ain't no regret when I click it. I just keep buying the ticket. I'm in the pit with the wicked. They sell, I laugh, I'm different. Moto to zero, I'm riding the flame. Diamond hands tatted, I'm staying the same. Ain't no panic, sell, I'm deep in the chain. Watching them fall while I shoulder the pain. Moto to zero, I don't check the price. Now by that fear, then I flip it twice. My bags are red, but my vision ice. This ain't a trader, this a way of life. Lost it all, came back still holding. Hands so cold, they golden. They ask if I'm broke, I'm molten. The future boy, I'm chosen. Metaverse crib with the view. Got an NFT gold on the roof. Wife said sell it, I refuse. Told her hold on, we don't lose. I ain't here for quick flips, I'm here for revolution. I ain't scared of red charts, I got evolution. No sell, no fear. Photo to zero, I'm riding the flame. Diamond hands tatted, I'm staying the same. Ain't no panic, sell, I'm deep in the chain. Watching them fold while I shoulder the pain. Photo to zero, I don't check the price. I buy that fear, then I flip it twice. My bags are red, but my vision ice. This ain't a trader, this a way of life. Charts on my screen, Fibonacci be the code. Psychic in the lab while the candlesticks explode. Patterns in the data, trends about to unfold. Coin King's vision, but the psychic soul is bold. Down to crypto TA, making moves so clean. Mapping out the future on the digital machine. Lines and levels drawn, see the markets unseen.
Still just a bunch of limit long orders in here.
Shoulders and in heads, that inverse be the clue.
Tell me market maker wants to take some long liquidity.
What to do? EMA crossing color shifting from the blue. Chart reading wizard, every move coming through. Hustle in the zone, algorithms where he roam. Candles paint the path and the pattern set the tone. Risk and reward, he's carving out a throne. Crypto TA master, every trade feels homegrown. Volume starts to pump, side kicks, size of glow. Bulls and bears clashing and he ready for the show. Patterns in the chaos, every pivot he bestows. Coin King got the crown, but the psychic makes it flow. Down to crypto TA, making moves so clean. Mapping out the future on the digital machine. Lines and levels drawn, see the markets unseen. Every call precise, we the blockchain dream. Down to crypto TA, making moves so clean. Mapping out the future on the digital machine. Lines and levels drawn, see the markets unseen. Every call precise, we the blockchain dream.
Okay, so we reclaimed that momentum line right there. So that was some strength from the bears right there, even though it's still just a ton of long limit orders and you're not seeing the bears come in. So that, again, that tells me that market maker might take some liquidity. And then we zoom out and we look at the 4 hour all the way up to the 8 hour, and it's giving those vibes that we come down. So if we can get something like this is a much better risk to reward here than taking a long position from here. It's choppy. It can work. It can work, but it's okay to be patient. It will come. Let me turn this on so you can actually identify.
Ain't that DJ Defa over there? Yeah. He the one with the cold wallet and the cold flow. Just a little daily trade. Sipping my matcha. Watching my bag. I'm just crypto vibing. Charts don't scare me. I'm riding. Hold on deck, no hiding. Click that green, we gliding. Yeah, I'm crypto vibing. DeFi drip on styling. Daily flips, no wildin'. Just cool moves, no timing. Yeah. Woke up, check my MetaMask. Gas low, now I'm feeling that. No FOMO, I don't chase it fast. A dollar costs in, then relax. Sipping tea while the candles weigh. Bluetooth speaker with that Marvin Gaye. Wallet cold like a winter day, but my future's warm, I'm built to stay. See me scrolling through that coin list. Not just hype, I avoid that noise. Got a stable in my stable joy. Earn a yield like it's passing toys. Crypto vibing. Charts don't scare me, I'm riding. Hold on deck, no hiding. Click that green, we gliding. Yeah, I'm crypto vibing. DeFi drip on styling.
After this engulfing, I would prefer to see the bears show that they continue to have control in here. But again, like I said, I'm not seeing any limit orders from bears right now. Just a lot of limit long orders. Still waiting on that 4 hour.
No rush, just trust. Every dip, just a wave. And I surf that stuff. Ain't that DJ D5 over there? Yeah! We ain't signing no banks. We signing blockchains, baby. Let's go! Plugged in the wallet, turned up the game. This ain't no fiat, this that blockchain flame. I don't do credit, I don't do loans. Just cold keys, steel nerves, and crypto bones. I don't play safe, I play the code. Smart contract on overload. Middle fingers to the status quo. I rock this ledger like a sold out show. Crypto rock and roll. Yeah, we burn it. Defy my soul. Watch it turn it. No stop loss, no control. We on chain, lose it all. Crypto rock and roll. Let it hold till the end, never flip. Bit by block, we take the throne. We don't sell, we own the node. Keep on, I'm global wild. Mining coins with a rebel smile. Motion with my crypto crowd in the DAO, we scream out loud. I got no boss, I set my pace. Decentralized like outer space. Click it by like it's a switchblade. Digital leather getting paid. HODL till it hurts. Yeah! To the moon or to the dirt. We don't sell, we just ignite. Burn this market through the crypto, rock, and roll. Ain't that DJ D5 over there? Yes, sir. Load up that ledger, partner. We riding digital. We them crypto cowboys wrangling coins online. Riding them charts like a bull every time. Boots on the ground, but our heads in the cloud. Ain't backing down when the market gets loud. From dirt roads to blockchain, we making that noise. Stacking them racks, we them cryptic pros. Belt buckle got a QR code. Traded my tractor for digital gold. Cold wallet sitting in a lockbox froze. But my game so hot, got the dashboard glowed. Sipping sweet tea while I yield that farm. LP staked in a D5 barn. Wife in the kitchen making NFT. Said, honey, we rich. She said, boy, please. Airdrops fall like summer rain. Metaverse cowgirl riding on chain. We don't do banks, now we trust that math. Smart contracts in a cowboy hat. We them crypto cowboys wrangling coins online.
So if you're just joining in, again, looking for a 4 hour change to take place. I see that on the horizon. We're moving really, really slow in here. Order book is filled with long positions, which gives me the impression that market makers will eventually come down here and take some liquidity from these loans. So just trying to be patient. I really have no plans of taking a position from here. I wanted to pull back enough to make it worthwhile. So slowing down here a bit. Our highs are not as impulsive here as they were throughout here. So just being patient. Even if it goes, it goes. I'm still holding my long position. So if it goes, it goes. But in order to enter a new position, you want it to be worthwhile.
Just a little daily trade, sipping my match, watching my bag. I'm just crypto vibing. Shots don't scare me, I'm riding. Hold it on deck, no hiding. Click that green, we gliding. Yeah, I'm crypto vibing. DeFi drip, I'm styling. Daily flips, no wildin'. Just cool moves, no
Tons of underlying strength. Tons of underlying strength. So just looking for a correction and continuation.
fast. I dollar cost and then relax, sipping tea while the candles wave. Bluetooth speaker with that Marvin Gaye. Wallet cold like a winter day, but my future's warm. I'm built to stay. See me scrolling through that coinless list, not just hype. I avoid that noise. Got a stable in my stable joy. Earning here like it's passive toe. Vibing, shots don't scare me. I'm riding. Hold L on deck, no hiding. Click that green, we gliding. Yeah, I'm crypto vibing. DeFi drip, I'm styling. Daily flips, no wildin'. Just cool moves, no timing. Yeah, yeah. Airdrops falling like the rain. Dashboard glows with no pain. Yeah, wallet like a garden, I just water it. No need to stress, just moderate. Scroll the block, read the chart, make that call. Trust your art. Token in my pocket, future in my hand. No pump and dump, this ain't that scam. I build slow, like I lay in land. Crypto king with a softest brand. I'm chill, but I'm always aware. Cross chain moves in the open air. This ain't luck, it's self care. Stacking wins like I style my hair. Shots don't scare me, I'm riding. Hold it on deck, no hiding. Click that green, we gliding. Yeah, I'm crypto vibing. DeFi drip, I'm styling. Daily flips, no wildin'. Just cool moves, no timing. No rush, just trust. Every dip, just a wave. And I surf that stuff. Ain't that DJ DeFi over there? We ain't signing no banks. We signing blockchains, baby. Let's go. Plugged in the wallet, turned up the game. This ain't no fiat, this that blockchain flame. I don't do credit, I don't do loans. Just cold key, still nerve and crypto bones. I don't play safe, I play the code. Smart contract on overload. Middle fingers to the status quo. I rock this ledger like a sold out show. Crypto rock and roll. Yeah, we burning DeFi in my soul. Watch it turn, no stop loss, no control. We on chain, lose it all. Crypto rock and roll.
Just requiring a lot of patience. Let's see.
Ain't that DJ D5 over there? Yeah, we only move with verified wallets and verified hearts. It's just me and my crypto crew. Late nights watching charts move. Cold wallet got the codes. Only trusting who been through it too. We don't flex, we just execute. Real ones know what I've been through. Took them losses, learned the truth. Now we moonwalk in this digital booth. I was down bad in that bear tide. Told my people just hold we gon' rise. Watch them panic while I strategize. Now my portfolio synchronized. Waking up the gas fees in the morning. With a blockchain keep me up, no warning. Gotta
I
dodge
don't know
scams,
why
fake
that's
friends,
not
not real
showing up
warnings.
over
Better
here
hold
on
on,
this
but just
time
been
frame.
learning. DeFi boy, I move in silence. Racing dreams
I
and
may have
DeFi
changed
wallets. Ain't no
something.
doubt, just private clients. Crypto talks and coded science. It's just me and my crypto crew. Late nights watching charts move. Cold wallet
Oh,
got the
I know
codes.
why.
Only trusting who been through it too. We
Okay,
don't
that's
flex,
because
we
it
just
lines up with
execute. Real
this.
ones know what I've been through. Took them losses, learned
It
the truth.
lines
Now we
up with
moonwalk in this
breaking
digital
below
booth.
this momentum
Crypto
line
kings
here
never
off of
had
the
nothing to
15-minute
prove.
time
Can't be
frame.
that. Told them all I'll be right
And
back.
so far,
Keep
this
my
has
click
been the
full.
only one.
Those Lambo talks and whispers, minted wins like scriptures. Ain't no need for fixtures when your blockchain's all in pictures. Just me, my crypto crew. Cold keys, warm hearts, that's the move. If it ain't trustless, we don't approve. Crypto kings never had nothing to prove. DJ D5 out.
Just being patient.
Blockchain buzzing under southern sky. It's a digital rodeo. Give it a try. The moons are cold, but the farms are hard. Balancing the future and where we got our start. Horses in the stable, servers in the loft. Life's a little crazy, but the trade-offs pay off. Crypto country where the dollars don't flow. Trading coins and cattle, making that dough. Blockchain buzzing under southern sky. It's a digital rodeo, give it a try.
And so far, it's basically been the 15-minute time frame that has not, 15-minute time frame and higher have not taken liquidity from the lows. Avoided it here. I mean, well, yeah, avoided it here. Avoided this one. Avoiding this one right now. So
Lost my love in the digital haze. Blockchain dreams in the darkest space. Heartbeats echo like an empty vault. Fears chasing every past default. Crypto and heartache, they both crash slow. One's a gamble, one's a heart that won't grow. Spinning through the charts of pain and gain. Cold
so
algorithms
like
trying to fill
I would
the
have to say
void.
based on that,
Try to
the
find
first
meaning in
time
the chaos.
market makers do decide to take some liquidity from the
Hear
low,
whispers
at
for a
least here on the 15-minute
moment.
time frame, it will,
Won't move,
it
but
will
still
induce shorts to want to come into the market and be incentive for price to continue up.
close on.
I mean, I think we're going to go up anyway, but it is incentive for the market makers because right now all the liquidity is sitting below price act below these pivot lows right now in an order book full of longs. CVD, CVD divergence, bearish divergence. So like over here, like there were no shorts, no limit short orders coming all the way up through here. No limit short orders with any of this. And then finally you got some limit short orders to come in here. And you got a little bit of a pullback, and market makers had incentive to come up here and grab this. But if we're sitting here with an order book full of long entries and no shorts, not showing any limit short orders, then what are we doing? And again, not just that, it just looks like a correction is coming. So patience. Again, I don't care we pump up through here or not. I'm good on my long position already.
Pockets flat, now they crypto fat, no drama. Stack coins in the wallet, now we eating good karma. Ramen packs turn to lobster, butter drip like saga. From the hood to the blockchain, I'm a crypto piranha. Crypto dreams, no more struggle, no more pain. Noodles in a pot, the private jets on the plane. Hustle through the chain, build my own domain. Got the wallet in my hand, now I'm breaking the chain. Ether in the veins, now the flow stay vicious. NFTs on the wall, art turned ambitious. From ramen on the stove to the dish, it's delicious. Used to chase the rent, now the bag's nutritious. Nightmares of the struggle, turn them all to fuel. From cold nights with noodles to crib with a pool. They gon' be the gospel, the ledger, the tool. Decentralize my fate, now I'm breaking the rules. Crypto dreams, no more struggle, no more pain. Noodles in the pot, the private jets on the plane. Hustle through the chain, build my own domain. Got the wallet in my hand, now I'm breaking the chain. Ramen steam in the air, memories in the mist. Now my ledger encrypted, all the risk dismissed. Digital grind, turn my ramen to a feast. Blockchain, my religion, wealth in every piece. Yeah.
Got some sort of a flaggy structure here on these lows. Don't care. Really looking at this.
Hustling with a digital hay. Blockchain dreams in the darkest bay. Heartbeats echo like an empty bar. Fingers tracing every past default. Crypto and heartache, they both crash slow.
Let me look back at this 3 hour cloud. This is pushing up in a way. I'm gonna continue to wait for that 4 hour to play nice.
Cold algorithms never feel the same. I tried a mile, but it came up dry. Trading whispers for a hollow goodbye. Wallets full, but the soul feels broke. Burning bridges in the digital smoke. Zeros and ones don't heal.
So since we're not claiming the low, this is what this would have looked like over here. would have did that. You would have had a tight stop loss. Hold on, let me pull this away from that. This would have looked like this for you. So you always want to look like 4 hours ahead of whatever time frame you're looking at. Let me put that back so I can go back down here to the 3. You would have looked like this on your 3-minute time frame. This is what you would have looked like. Since market maker is not taking liquidities from the lows at this point. This would have been you right here. I think we just do, yeah. So, of course, we're holding that. Set that back there.
Mornings, sir.
Ain't that DJ D5 over there? Let's go. We taking this coin to the moon, baby. Oh, yeah. I'm bullish, yeah, I'm bullish. Wallet full of foolish. Crypto cash like tubes. Got gains so big they ghoulish. Trust going up like elevators. Haters looking coolest. Diamond hands no paper, we don't fold. I'm bullish, yeah, I'm bullish. Wallet full of
There's a nice little candle right here. Just not some place to be getting long. You could scalp all day.
Um, I took some on like Udemy, just looking over like JavaScript and
FIFA over there? Let's go. We taking this coin to the moon, baby. Hold on, yeah. I'm bullish, yeah, I'm bullish. Wallet full, I'm foolish. Crypto cash like tulips. Got game so big, I'm foolish. Costs going up like elevators. Haters looking clueless. Diamond hands, no paper. We don't fold, we ruthless. I'm bullish, yeah, I'm bullish. Wallet full, I'm foolish. Crypto cash like tulips. Got game so big, they foolish. Costs going up like elevators. Haters looking clueless. Diamond hands, no paper. We don't fold, we ruthless. Whipping that Lambo out the metaverse. Token going up, man, I feel that surge. Staking my coins, I'm earning my swerve. Gas fees high, but I'm never deterred. I bought that dip like groceries. Now it's moonwalking openly. They salty while I hold the key. My wallet's looking royalty. I'm eating all the NFTs. Flipping JPEGs, making cheese. Call me DV Poppy, please. My ledger got more layers than cheese. I'm bullish, yeah, I'm bullish. Wallet full, I'm foolish. Crypto cash like tulips. Got gains so big, they foolish. Jobs going up like elevators. Haters looking clueless. Diamond hands, no paper. We don't fold, we ruthless.
Yes, sir. I installed it yesterday.
All right. Let's see. Just go back to chill here on our music. Back to our little elevator music. Actually, a little better than elevator music. Look at something else in here. Where do I have this line in here? Oh, no. And it looks like, let me see. Let me just see where this is coming from. This chart just looks so different. This chart looks so different. It scares me with that's just our momentum line again. So they could just desire to take this little liquidity right here. What is this? So let's just assume did I do that right? No, I didn't do that right. I don't think it captured what I was trying to grab. That's gonna make it too difficult. Let me just start that over. So let's just say that. Let's just say if this was to induce some sellers to step in for market makers to want to go up and grab some short liquidity. This is what I want though. So this, I'm just gonna mark it as not the setup like I did yesterday with this. I should minimize that to there. No, not there. To here. And then this, of course, is this is the setup I want. This could actually be reduced to a 3-to-1. Let me check back over here and see what changes for us if we take this 4. Bitcoin's still saying no right now. I suppose I'll just come back and look at this.
Yes.
Oh boy. See how we keep hitting this momentum Trend line low. Breaking it now. All right, only doing our 4 hour. Let me look back at that 4 hour real quick. Come on, Slowpoke. There it is. There it is off of that 4 hour finally. A few more limit long orders in here. And I think that they're probably exactly right here, which means this would have needed to be pulled back a little bit more to like right in here. So yeah, definitely not the setup I want. The setup I want because we just changed a little bit over here. So yeah, fast signal has hit every time so far. Fast signal down, fast signal down, fast signal down and down. All right, let's see. This is going all the way up to our 8 hour. 8 hour switches below this low here, which there is a chance that this doesn't even work since we do have a fast signal here on the 8 hour. Got a fast signal here on the 8 hour. Off of that candle, got the fast signal right here. Roll down, got the fast signal here. Actually, got the fast signal back here. And we roll down right here. Got the fast signal here. And we came down. So we have to watch this. Definitely have to watch this right here because this may not be it. We may have to look down and come into here. We may have to. And it all depends. It all depends, but we may have to look further down. $12 wasn't showing anything. So 12 could be the one that slaps. Oh crap, 12 showing now. Now we got a fast signal on the 12 hour. It still needs to confirm. It's like 10 hours before this confirms. Fast signal here. Fast signal here. Fast signal here. Yeah. So now we're okay. Yeah. So we're trying to invalidate the 12 hour, but the 12 hour is going to take about 10 more hours before we can even confirm that. So that's good to know. Potential to invalidate the 8 hour, but I think this is going to be solid. 6 and 4 are the same, or 6 and 8 are the same. So definitely confirmed on the 6 for sure for that correction. All righty. Yeah, this just wasn't enough for me. So this is not the setup I want. It's too close. Didn't come down enough. But nice momentum reclaim right here. Let's see what it does. Maybe it comes down and actually drops this low. We did get a rise, right? Out of the stop dragging. Got a rise out of the 5 minute dynamic cloud. Got a rise rejection off of the low right now. Yep, rejection off the low after the cloud rose. And then we could already see how far we were up under the dynamic cloud here on the 3 minute time frame. And when we made that attempt to come up with the rejection, um, or not being able to break out of the top side of the cloud. So yeah, you know how I feel about cloud rises, cloud covers. I don't like cloud covers. If you were somebody that did like this, I mean, you've already hit a TP. You've already hit it just to cover the fee of this coming down and following through with that 4 hour. Yeah, still a strong imbalance with all these loans. Still a very strong imbalance. That's a ton of loan orders. If market makers need to continue down, in order for somebody who's looking to this is just too high. This is too high. But let's just say market makers need to come down lower for liquidity. You'd be looking probably about in here. Let me make sure that is. Yeah, you would have to look in here. You would have to do something like that. If this isn't enough to induce those shorts, you would have to do something like this. But what's important right now is holding this low right here on the 1 hour. This is what's important. I'm going to delete this. Unless this head and shoulder is out, we're just reversing. We're just reversing, which I doubt. We're very strong on the higher time frames so far. But that would be jeez. Let me just put this on for a second, look back at something. Did I do this from this floor? I didn't even do it from the 4 hour. It would have been right here. I think that might have been what I looked at initially. Yeah, it would have been here. Let me see if the other one is what I did it from. Yeah, so this is actually the one. It gives you a better potential. And then this one is just based on the liquidity grab. This one is based on some structure that I'm seeing in the 4 hour time frame. And let me just look back at. Yeah.
That Kroger is empty now. Kroger is empty now. They're only drinks, chips, those things. Did you buy any stuff? Yeah, I got at least one, like maybe two for the awesome fruits.
All right, my music just stopped for some reason.
Sorry, I got kicked out. I'm back. You seen this stuff?
So if you like the not setup I want, I will lock in my fees. I don't mind plotting this trend line now to confirm momentum from the indicator and the price action as well. And let me make sure that this line is decent. It is.
Okay, what's that? The charging down there. There's one charging station. He's not parked in the charging station, but he's using it. But
All right, so back at this momentum line that price action was wrestling with before. I think this momentum line here has disappeared at this point. It did. So just so you can see what this momentum line number is here. All right. Nice matchup. Nice momentum shift right in here. Got like 4 minutes on this though for actual confirmation. Otherwise, it could just be, a failed break. And I didn't take this because again, it's the not the setup I want. I want something more like this if I'm gonna jump in because, it would affect my long position too much for me to do it because I only got in, only re-entered down here. No, was it here? I can't remember. Let's see. Let me look at my account. I only re-entered at 108.9. We can round that up to 108. We can round that up to 109. So I only entered at 109. So it was in this box right here. I only re-entered my long position. And so for me to add in with such a small pullback, I don't like that. I don't like it. I should have considered doing it much closer to where I entered at, like on for this one. But this again, yesterday was not a setup for me, is what I put in, underneath it, and it slapped. It slapped. So that would have been nice if I'd have taken it, added into my long. Fact, I think I might still have it in here somewhere. No, not that. Yeah, from the not set up for me. Hold on, where's that long position at? It must be this one. So yeah, it would have been this right here. But yeah, not for me. I think it front ran it anyway by like $2.
Thank you. Thank you. Oops.
Just off the basis of a scalp, I would take more out, especially as you sniff around this 1 hour candle high here. I would take something because if it's not claiming it, then it's, we could be, like I said, looking for something more corrective. Yep, very important advice I gave. Very important because we know that we took the 4 hour. And if it's not claiming one, come down some more. Let me check back over here and see what we got. Still the same. Still the same. But now that we got that 1 hour candle close, I put this one here now. Don't have to reach a little bit. Um, reaches a little lower now. I have not looked at the stock market today. I really don't think much has changed in terms of the stock market. EXC looks like we're getting that 4-hour cool off of that selling pressure from that selling pressure. So that's nice. There's a ton of momentum lines popping out for Palantir around that 140. Just trying to hang on to that level. Just got a new momentum pop out here at the low of 142. So somewhere around this 140. They're really trying to hold that level there for Palantir. Looks nice. Sound is playing out its 4-hour cool off of this pump where it was getting a little bit overextended, but nonetheless, beautiful chart. I love. All right, so Coinbase, we talked about coming back up to the ascending trend line. It's almost there. We talked about a 2-tap situation as it was doing in the past, so that may be playing out. AMD currently with the lower high seems to be continuing to play out the potential cool off here after breaking the momentum line to the downside and coming back up. That could be the case there. TTD still doing wonderful. May have a little bit of a cool off on the 4-hour. Tesla's looking to pump up. Got a little bit of bear div it has to work out, so I wouldn't give it too much room to come up. Right now it's in a rejection from the dynamic cloud low, which is somewhere around 309. So it's been rejecting from there. Apple's momentum is filled with a lot of indecision here on the 4-hour. I still see it going up to at least 221 to 231. The hood back above is high. Circle rejection, which I did mention to be a little careful with circle, but I know a lot of eyes are on it. Skin seed. Gave it a try. It's still just not, yeah. Just give it a minute though. And make it another attempt here on the 4-hour really soon. Rivian still battling the point of control at 1333. And Pony still in the range. I mean, yeah. Not really too much of a difference. A little bit of a tweezer top there. So we can see how we double topped on the smaller time frame. All right, guys. I'm supposed to be ending the stream at 10 o'clock. I'm still hanging in here. So if you're here, all I ask is that you just smash the like button. I'll stay on a little bit longer. I look for nothing but to find the best positions possible, the best entries without requiring a lot. We can just take note. But if that 8 hour does confirm, then this may not be it either. I mean, if that 8 hour does confirm that it's going to get a correction, then you just have to look lower. And then the 12 hour looks like it was ready to confirm. It's a lot. It's a lot. A lot happening. So we're looking at it. So we'd already saw fast signal 4, fast signal 6, fast signal 8. It's still like an hour and 41 to truly confirm. the 8 hour, but it's so close that, yeah. 12 slightly. I can see it from here. So 12 hours slightly. So if the 12 hours in, then it will go to the same place that the 8 hours sitting at. So it'll be this candle claim right here. So it'll be this, which is why I'm saying this may not, this may not be it. What you can do is you look down a little bit. Let me see how much this did on the FEG. So it didn't quite come into the midpoint of the FEG. So that could be a thing where your interest lies here, the 50% retracement. Excuse me. Yeah, that could be a thing. Or you just wait. Yeah. You just wait on this. We're shifting if we take this liquidity. So just know that much. We take this liquidity here, we're shifting. Hmm. I'm gonna hang out a little bit longer. I'm feeling up to it. I am feeling up to it today. I did start late this morning too. So basically, if we take this liquidity right here, I mean, we still have the rest of the day to recover. But what happens if we take this liquidity here is we eat the entire daily candle up. This is today's candle. So it may be between that one and this one here. But yeah, that would be today's candle completely. So if we're taking this again, we're doing something different. Let me change that. That's better. Low of the day. This still could be very bad. It'll look like a shooting star on the daily. But like I said, there's time for it to recover, but it will look really bad. So it may be something. It may be this or this. Still have to work on invalidating the bear div, which is coming because we got the rise here. It's a nice little flag right there. Okay. Even with the price action showing this or making this read like it's a head and shoulder, did not induce any short orders in here. Hmm. Let's see how altcoins are doing right now against Bitcoin. Hopefully, still good. Dominance is still down here, so that's nice to see. Still deep in the green over here. Not much being affected. Ethereum, though. Oof. Mm. Ethereum and Sol. Those are going to be the two to get affected by Bitcoin the most. I guess Sui falling into that gang too, but like I said, the imbalances on Sui, moving averages on that daily time frame, is just not something I would touch right now. But I love Sui. I love it. That's the monster right there. XRP. XRPZ. I'm just praying this thing right here pump. Tia. I should have did my due diligence and setting a stop on this, and I didn't. I looked at a long setup on Say. I didn't set it up properly. I did it just based off of the fib retracement and not how I would normally do it. So that didn't go over well. It wasn't that. It was something else. I don't know where it is. I may have taken it off. Let me get back over here on Bitcoin chart. Sorry. I think this low right here is somewhere around. Let me look at this. No, it wasn't. It was nowhere close to that. If you never use Luxago's smart money concept, it's a good indicator to use. They have a lot of nice little features on it. So just take a look at that because it is a free indicator. And you can do the whole candle color thing on their chart. Let me make sure I got it. So yeah, you can do the whole. It's probably because I have it at the low of the chart, but you can plot that whole candle thing in here, and it'll show you like where you change structure at and stuff like that, and or a change of character, and where to be long and where to potentially be looking to short. So it's a free indicator. It's absolutely nice. It's nice. I like it. I don't use these features in here. You know, I will use the order blocks, so I don't have to be. So I can be lazy and not draw them out. You know, looking at these pivots and stuff. But yeah, Luxago's smart money concept, really nice indicator. And also because it's based on market structure changes, is the best way to trade. The best way to trade. So do check out that indicator. Free. Free on TradingView. You can get free TradingView as well. So you don't have to pay for it to use it. All right, so failing to get a closure above this candle. This 1 hour candle right now. We already did the little 4 hour thing over here, which yeah, and drop this line now. So I'm getting rid of it. That's done. Just a ton of longs sitting in the market. Too many longs. Study long, study wrong. More longs jumping in to buy this low too. So got the liquidity.
No, no, I was saying that we had that task where I think you and I was looking at where Atlanta Impact
We'll
sold
see.
that
Let's slide this
position,
over.
and then I think like a month later they sent another ticket with that huge population, and we basically moved that to
Then
solid,
the only
and
thing
we just
left,
split up the team, and then they basically completed that task, so we had no, we didn't take any action in loading those notes.
only thing left is gonna be the one I want. But then this can be something different taking place if it takes the low. This is the one I want.
I could assume it was somebody else on the ticket that I was looking at. Because I remember, I'm gonna show it to you, like, I'm gonna find it, because I don't think, because Will Johnson was escalating that, and he was, um,
I'm gonna turn the entry point off on this
okay,
one.
then why did that guy, I guess, notate it as, like, he did the work, that's kind of weird.
So it only shows this one next.
He should be coming.
Should this fail,
That doesn't make sense.
you want to scalp, just know to take profit. Want to scalp, this could be another scalp entry right here.
It sounds to me like they. Right, that's why they can't load them. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Right. This is the. Here are this guy name. Let me show you this. Show you my screen.
I'm sorry, I needed the symmetry. It was gonna bother me.
So you say you completed this upload window to customer, and this is the guy that's Nanesh Upa. He's telling Will that he needs a week notice to complete the task. This is the one that you're working on? That's the one that you were. Which one? The one that you just tagged these on? So let me ask you this: going forward, right? When Will Johnson sending the tickets, like, hey, spend limit change, I need you to add these notes to the accounts. Who's gonna be? Are you gonna we or Elise and everybody else, or no? That's what I need to know who's gonna be doing this task because we get a lot of these. So so you're saying to me, we no longer would need Nadish to do this when new ticket comes in. That's what you're saying. So okay. So it's based. Well, the reason I did that was Chris told me to send this over to Side and this person didn't complete because we're not doing it in HAC. So now, no, that's what I'm saying. I didn't do it. This whole ticket, I didn't do this in HAC. This person, he did it directly on Service Cloud. He loaded this on Service Cloud. Yeah, this is the one that Chris told me. No, we're not doing that. Well, right, right. That's what I'm saying. Like because when we run in batches, right, it takes us to like what, 2 to 3 days to finish, right? Some of those records. That's what the reason Chris saying, hey, did you do this directly? He said, so we don't have time as a team to be dedicating 2 to 3 days to continue these batches.
It's a really nice stopping volume
I
candle.
mean, I don't have a problem doing it, but that's what this Chris told me. I don't mind doing it. Yeah.
Really nice stopping volume candle. I'll move this down now, just a tad bit to this candle here. Holding the low, so that's another thing.
Yes.
There was some short liquidity, but I mean, nothing really major for me just yet. There was some short liquidity to come in right here. I don't know if that's enough to induce a break of this 1 hour structure here, this 1 hour candle, but it's worth to mention, I suppose.
Mhm. So we answer that. It's cousin. That's not a valid email. So does does Elise understand that now, or does she need to?
Let me look back at.
Yeah. So option one is make change to service cloud to accept email like this, and the other is Elise to basically. Okay.
Starting to look like some shorts are taking the bait. Some shorts are taking the bait. The market maker again may have a reason to want to come up a little bit further. It may.
Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Yeah. 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 Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
And don't forget, there'll be a lot of liquidity leaving the market today. We had some leave yesterday, and a lot more will be leaving today as we close for the weekend. Stock market. Let me just see what else I have going on in the chart. Turn this on. 'Okay. We're just starting to make this attempt again to come out of the overbought territory. So looking to come out of the overbought there. Two-hour looks a little rough. Nothing but rising formations on these higher time frames over here. Just the rising formations. That's it. Not haven't been violated. But come on. You can do it. Let me look at something else. MACD. And the delta. Let me just see. Let me walk my way back from this daily, just looking at that purple E at the top. Very extended. All right, guys, I'm getting really sleepy. You can watch out for this entry here. 116,845.1 on the Blowfin chart. That is what it is. You can use this candle right here off of your 15-minute time frame. That's where the entry is coming from. And the stop loss is just at this little pivot right here. You can either, take it once it comes into here because it is an order block as well. You can take it when it comes. I'm sorry, that's not an order block, but you can take it once it comes into here. Comes into here, or you can wait see if you get a reaction, and then do your entry based on it coming back up. But I appreciate everyone who stopped by today to hang out with your girl down in Crypto TA and see what I had going on over here on the Coin King channel. I will be back. I will be back 5 o'clock in the morning. If there's something urgent that needs to be posted, I will post it. So be sure you follow me at Down to Crypto TA on X, and be sure to follow the Coin King. That's with the D as in dog, A as in apple, COINKING. Until next time, peace.